Hey everyone, good evening. So tonight gonna be kind of a boring stream because I want to finish everything with Chernobylite. So I had two things left. First, there is one achievement that I'm missing, but fortunately I should be able to unlock it. Like it doesn't show which achievement, but I know which one it is. And the achievement is to spare. I forgot the name of the guy. He's like a general you have to kill at some point, and you have to spare him. And for that, you have to change the events. So you have to kill yourself, change the events of the specific mission, and then you have to wait a couple of days, I think. And there should be like a call on the radio or something. And the other thing is the tour of the zone, which is like sort of like a behind the scenes. With like anecdotes and more information about the zone. So yeah, do not expect any gameplay. It's just like exploration sort of. Alright, so let's start with the tour around the zone. Welcome to the tour around the zone. This mode grants you the freedom to explore the exclusion zone without any missions or adversaries. The Chernobyl disaster stands as an extraordinary event in human history, imprinting a profound impact on the environment and global awareness. Throughout your journey, you'll cross paths with scientists who will impart authentic stories from the zone. Delve into reading notes to uncover additional facts and anecdotes about this remarkable place. You are presently within the safe house of Chernobylite's protagonist. Head towards the binoculars by the window to choose the area of Chernobyl you'd like to explore. Well, I'm going to do them in order. Sorry about the disconnect. It's just that since I'm using the cable extension, a USB cable extension for my phone, and it's like not very sturdy, so as soon as there is like a slight movement, it disconnects the phone from the computer. So since I'm using the phone for the Wi-Fi signal, feel free to explore the entire area at your leisure, both on the radar screen in the upper part and on the map. You'll notice markers indicating the locations of both scientists and notes. Seek them out to uncover more about the history of the Chernobyl disaster. Take your time to immerse yourself in the zone's atmosphere and uncover its secrets. Best of luck, Stalker. That game is truly gorgeous, man.
Welcome to the exclusion zone. Here are some basic facts about the Chernobyl disaster.
The accident occurred on April 26, 1986 at the number 4 reactor in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, then located in the Ukrainian SSR, and now in Ukraine's Kiev Oblast. It was the worst nuclear disaster in history, and one of only 2 nuclear energy accidents rated at 7, the maximum severity on the International Nuclear Event Scale. The explosion and fire released large amounts of radioactive particles into the atmosphere, which spread over much of western USSR and Europe. The accident caused a significant number of deaths and illnesses, as well as long-lasting environmental damage. The city of Pripyat and nearby villages were evacuated and never reoccupied. The Chernobyl exclusion zone, covering an area of 2,600 square kilometers in Ukraine and Belarus, was established to limit further exposure and health risks to the public.
What was the other big nuclear accident?
The other nuclear accident rated at 7 on the International Nuclear Event Scale is the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster in Japan. That disaster occurred on March 11, 2011, and was caused by a 9.0 magnitude earthquake and subsequent tsunami striking Fukushima Prefecture. This resulted in multiple meltdowns and hydrogen air explosions at the power plant, releasing large amounts of radioactive materials into the environment.
Is it true that the Soviet Union collapsed because of the accident?
The Chernobyl disaster did not directly lead to the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which took place several years later in 1991. However, it was one of several factors contributing to a general decline in the popularity and legitimacy of the ruling Communist Party. The government's handling of the disaster, including the initial cover-up and evacuation of over 100,000 people, reveals shortcomings in the Soviet system, particularly with regards to transparency and accountability. The disaster also had a significant economic impact, as extensive swaths of agricultural and industrial land were contaminated. The costs associated with cleanup and compensation for victims added further strain to an already struggling economy. Therefore, the disaster was seen by many as symbolic of the broader problems facing the Soviet Union. It vastly contributed to the growing sense of disillusionment with the government and the Communist Party.
What long-term effects are still being experienced today?
Effects of the Chernobyl disaster include widespread contamination of land and increased rates of cancer and other health problems. There is also a long-lasting environmental impact, contamination of soil, water, and vegetation, and economic decline in contaminated areas. Not to mention the mental health impact on those directly affected, such as evacuees and emergency responders. The disaster continues to have far-reaching and long-lasting effects, and its impact is still being felt today.
Soviet soldiers established auxiliary farms with their own regulations and practices. At VNZ, Krug, a pig farm, was set up to produce canned pork stew, a staple in the Soviet soldiers' diet. But in more recent times, the abandoned pig farm caught the attention of soldiers and looters. Looters have been spotted as recently as a year ago, indicating that criminals have a better knowledge of the zone than law enforcement officers or stalkers. Being sick is a bitch, man. I have to blow my nose every hour or so.
Did you know that those affected by the Chernobyl disaster received a dose of radiation similar to survivors of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945? The average dose of radiation received was 45 rem, not enough to cause radiation sickness, but enough to increase the risk of cancer.
How many people were irradiated by the Chernobyl disaster?
Around 30,000 people were directly affected by the explosion of reactor number 4. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the cumulative radiation dosage generated by the Chernobyl disaster amounted to 10 million rem.
10 million what?
Around 30,000 people were directly affected by the explosion of reactor number 4. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the cumulative radiation dosage generated by the Chernobyl disaster amounted to 10 million rem.
I don't know what word it's using. How much radiation exposure is needed to cause radiation poisoning?
100 to 200 rem will cause mild radiation sickness, resulting in symptoms such as nausea, diarrhea, and fatigue. 3 to 400 rem means a 50% chance of death within the next 2 months if left untreated. Exposure exceeding 400 rem means almost certain death within months, weeks, or in cases of extremely high doses, days.
How many people died as a result of the Chernobyl disaster?
32 people are confirmed to have died as a direct result of the disaster. The exact number of people who suffered long-term consequences is still an open question in scientific circles.
Can I save my game? No, you cannot save your game. On May 4th, 1986, 3 individuals risked their lives to prevent the catastrophic explosion at Chernobyl. The flooded basement of the plant housed valves for draining the coolant pools beneath the reactor, but with a 20 million liter flood of irradiated water, the valves were inaccessible. The molten nuclear material was also heading towards the pools, which would have triggered a 3.5 megaton explosion and unprecedented nuclear fallout. Against all odds, mechanical engineer Alexei Ananenko, senior engineer Valery Bespalov, and shift supervisor Boris Baranov entered the basement wearing wetsuits and carrying flashlights. They manually opened the valves and drained the water, preventing an even greater disaster. Yeah, and probably nobody gives a shit about them.
Before you stands the monument to those
Which
who
is
saved
sad.
the world. This intricate sculpture commemorates the many heroic firefighters who died from radiation exposure in the aftermath of the explosion of reactor number 4 of Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The monument's grand reveal took place on the April 16, 1996, marking the 10th anniversary of the catastrophe.
Now, what's the cause of their deaths?
Some researchers claim
Radiation.
the firemen received 5,600 years worth of the maximum safe dose of radiation within 48 seconds. Dozens of them died over the following weeks.
Did the firemen know the dangers they were facing? Of course not.
The authorities downplayed the risks to avoid creating a panic. The fire brigade had no radiation suits, no oxygen masks, no proper equipment.
Where are they buried?
At Matino Cemetery in Moscow. Since their bodies were highly radioactive, the authorities had them buried in zinc coffins.
Zinc coffins? What is gamma radiation?
Gamma radiation is produced from the decay of radioactive isotopes of plutonium and uranium, elements used as fuel in a nuclear reactor.
Drinking alcohol does not eliminate radionuclides from the body or protect against radiation exposure, despite being debunked in a manual for doctors treating radiation victims in August 1986. This myth still persists today. See Stalker. Radiation comes in a variety of forms, including gamma rays and alpha and beta particles. Gamma rays have higher energy and can penetrate skin to harm cells. Alpha and beta particles are emitted from unstable atoms, and although they cannot penetrate skin, they can cause damage if ingested. Alpha radiation is particularly hazardous, rated 20 times more harmful than gamma rays and beta particles. To estimate radiation doses to the body or specific body parts, scientists multiply the potency of alpha radiation by 20. Radiation dose units differ between countries, with the United States and the Soviet Union using REMS and RADs, while sieverts and grays are used elsewhere. Ah, that's what sievert means. Okay, so you need to measure radiation. Okay, REMS. That's what he was saying. REMS. RADs. I know it from Fallout. The Jupiter plant, covering 70,000 square miles in Pripyat, produced electronic components for the military before the Chernobyl disaster. Post-disaster, it was reprioritized for decontamination work and the production of robots for the sarcophagus and other NPPs in the USSR. Without heat and a hot water supply, it closed down in the late 1990s and the equipment was relocated. Abandoned and dilapidated, the site is slowly being destroyed by wind, rain, and scrap metal collectors.
This metal monstrosity has many names. Duga radar, Russian woodpecker, Moscow eye. It's an over-the-horizon radar. Once part of the Soviet Union's early warning missile defense network, it was designed to detect an incoming nuclear strike from the west.
Is it still working?
The facility was operational from July 1976 to December 1989. The Duga complex was closed in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster due to the threat of radiation. Later on, much of the technology was stripped and moved to Moscow. The less important components were looted.
Where did the name woodpecker come from?
The name referred to the radar's distinct sound on shortwave radios, which sounded like tapping. Shortwave radio hobbyists dubbed it woodpecker. Duga interfered with civilian radio frequencies even abroad. At one point, an amateur Russian woodpecker hunting club was formed in Texas to jam the signal.
Did Duga radar have other uses?
Even today, wild theories surround Duga radar, including speculation that it was used for weather control, psyops, and brainwashing. The official documents about Duga have never been released, leaving the field wide open for conspiracy theories and urban legends, none of which are backed by evidence.
How big is the Duga
The
installation?
antenna alone is 700 meters long and 150 meters tall. The Duga complex had its
150
own air
meters?
defense system, military hospital, and technical buildings. To confuse the enemy during the Cold War, the complex was marked as a children's camp on official maps. A bus stop was also built nearby to confuse foreign spies.
We're going to be outside now. Scientists have long debated how best to calculate radiation doses, as different data and parameters can affect the level of risk. After Chernobyl, Soviet scientists were forced to estimate radiation doses from human bodies since the KGB prevented them from measuring it directly. They developed techniques like looking for chromosomal changes in bone marrow cells a few days after exposure, and counting radiation deposits on tooth enamel, which can preserve this evidence for many years. These methods allowed cross-checking of data. Scientists in the West adopted this technique in a decade later. The SZD car, produced by the Surpukov automobile plant from 1970 to 1997, was designed for people with disabilities. It was a twin-seat, heavy quadricycle referred to as the Invalidka. It was initially intended as an off-road vehicle, but due to manufacturing limitations, the design was simplified. State social care agencies provided these cars for a maximum of 5 years, and they required a special A category driver's license. On Friday, February 3rd, 2023, military drills were conducted by Ukraine's armed forces in the Chernobylite exclusion zone. This area had been captured by Russian forces in the initial stages of the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, but they later withdrew. Some of the occupiers reportedly dug trenches in radioactive hotspots and received high doses of radiation. The Chernobyl disaster left behind numerous radioactive vehicles that were too contaminated to be dismantled or repurposed. They now occupy vehicle graveyards such as Rasoka Field, where over 1,100 tractors, helicopters, and buses were abandoned. In recent years, significant efforts have been made to clean up these sites, with much of the equipment being dismantled and decontaminated before being sent for recycling. Rasoka Field was officially closed in 2012. Another famous site is Boryakivka, the only vehicle graveyard still in existence today. Boryakivka has a wide range of vehicles and helicopters, as well as the famous robot used to clean the Chernobyl power plant roof until it succumbed to radiation. Oh fuck, it's inside the... I thought it was outside the map. Dude, it is outside the map. Dude, I didn't know there was a room here. Dude, I've never been here in the normal game. In addition to the cleanup efforts, soldiers were responsible for protecting abandoned property in Pripyat and other villages in the exclusion zone. This proved to be an impossible task as looters quickly overran the zone, taking whatever they could find. The extent of the looting is unknown, but many irradiated items from the exclusion zone, such as bicycles, car parts, washing machines, and even carpets, ended up being sold in various markets throughout the Soviet Union.
Current radiation levels in the exclusion zone are quite low considering the scope of the catastrophe. Nevertheless, there are places and objects here that constitute a genuine health risk, known as radioactive hotspots.
What constitutes a hotspot?
Typically, cracks can be found in various locations around the zone where radionuclides such as cesium-137, strontium-90, and plutonium-241 have accumulated. Also, the equipment used to deal with the Chernobyl disaster, now abandoned and heavily irradiated.
Could a person still die of radiation poisoning in the zone? Of course.
If you stayed in one of the hotspots for a long time, you could develop radiation sickness. But you don't want to test this theory in real life, trust me.
When will the zone be free of radiation? Thousands of years, my friends.
Scientists estimate it will take 3,000 years for the exclusion zone to be free of radiation. As for the NPP, it may take up to 20,000 years.
NPP? What's the NPP? I guess it's where the reactor was. I don't remember lockpicks here. There's like half an hour for one zone. There are 7 of them. So yeah, I estimated this to take 3 hours. Should be a bit over 3 hours. But I mean, I need to do it because this way I've done everything with the game and I can uninstall the game because it takes like 40 gigabytes, if not more. And I need the storage space. So I know it's a boring stream, but the fact that I'm streaming forces me to do it. Otherwise, I would not do it. Like I would not have the motivation to go through this for 3 hours. Stream for myself.
Did you know that following the Chernobyl disaster, the Soviet military conducted a large-scale culling of domestic and wild animals in the affected areas? This was necessary to prevent the spread of contamination, but it had a significant impact on the local ecosystem and wildlife populations. Did you know that following the Chernobyl disaster, the Soviet military conducted a large-scale culling of domestic and wild animals in the affected areas. This was necessary to prevent the spread of contamination, but it had a significant impact on the local ecosystem and wildlife populations.
That's horrible. How many animals were killed?
The exact number of animals killed during the culling is unknown, but it is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. This included domesticated animals such as cows, pigs, and horses, as well as wild animals like deer, boars, and wolves.
So the animals who are beyond rescue? Of course they are beyond rescue, like, must have been irradiated as shit.
Sadly, yes. The only option was to reduce the risk of radioactive contamination of the food supply. Minimizing the exposure of humans and other animals to radioactive materials was also an important goal.
Did any of the animals survive?
Some dogs and cats escaped into the woods in 1986. Their descendants are still living in the zone today, despite the radiation. Volunteers and welfare organizations feed and monitor them.
Welcome to the Red Forest, a famous tract of woodlands located in the exclusion zone around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
Why is it called the Red Forest?
The forest earned its name due to the red color of the pine trees that succumbed to intense radiation following the nuclear accident in 1986.
How high is the radiation around here?
The Red Forest is still considered one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Its trees had to be buried to prevent the further spread of radioactive contamination. The forest's soil, water, and air are also irradiated.
Did all the animals die from radiation exposure?
Fortunately, despite the contamination, the Red Forest has become a unique habitat for a variety of wildlife, including deer, wild boar, and wolves. Scientists have also observed mutations in the local plants and animals, including genetic abnormalities and changes in physical characteristics.
Wait, so how are they surviving? We can loot stuff. Since when? There's no point. You have no enemies. When the Chernobyl exclusion zone was established, soldiers were assigned to prevent villagers from returning to evacuated settlements. However, this was often misunderstood by the farmers, who begged the soldiers to let them return to their animals and fields. Since radiation is invisible, they did not understand the danger. The soldiers also frequently measured crops, eggs, and other farm produce for radioactivity. If anything was deemed dangerous, it had to be confiscated and buried. However, the villagers often returned later to retrieve confiscated foods and consume them anyway. What a bunch of noobs.
Did you know aircraft were used not only to assist in the liquidation of the disaster site, but also for cloud seeding? The military was tasked with cloud seeding to prevent radioactive fallout from reaching Moscow and other major Soviet cities.
What is cloud seeding?
Cloud seeding is a process of introducing materials into clouds to generate rain or snowfall. Cloud seeding increases precipitation in specific areas by adding particles with additional nuclei around which water can condense. The most common method of cloud seeding involves dropping chemicals, such as silver iodide, into clouds from an aircraft.
What did such an operation look like?
Two 16 pilots undertook risky flights near the still-burning power plant firing silver iodide-filled projectiles into the radioactive clouds within a 10-kilometer radius of Chernobyl. They then chased the dangerous clouds away, up to 100 kilometers, into the skies over Belarusian cities like Modulov, Norulia, Gomel, Koiniki, and Brehin.
Did this cause any unforeseen side
From May
effects?
to December 1986, planes made repeated flights around Chernobyl in an 80-kilometer loop, dispersing Cement 600, a mixture of cement and special agents. This caused a 5-month drought in Ukraine, as the Cement 600 absorbed moisture from clouds, preventing precipitation.
Yeah, just to limit the spread. The pine tree, shaped like a cross or a trident in the Red Forest, served as a memorial even before the Chernobyl disaster. During World War II, Germans hanged prisoners from the tree. Later, relatives of the victims marked it with embroidered towels. A plaque and obelisk were added, as well as a surrounding fence. Despite the Red Forest being cut down, this tree remained standing for a few years before collapsing. It was taken to a radiological base in Novoshepelichi. A tree symbol was used on the badge of the first Congress of the Union of Chernobyl and on the Chernobyl Savior icon. There's no pine tree either. I mean, makes sense. Makes sense. The game takes place in 2020 something. The internationally recognized warning label for ionizing radiation was introduced in the radiation laboratory at the University of California, Berkeley. It was originally colored magenta on a blue background. The International Organization for Standardization later revised the hazard sign with a black on yellow color scheme. In 2007, a new warning label for radiation hazards was adopted by the International Atomic Energy Agency and the International Organization for Standardization. It's still in use today. Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, workers at the Chernobyl power plant would commute via train from the city of Chernihiv, cutting through Belarus and arriving in roughly 40 minutes. However, since the border with Belarus is now closed, workers are forced to take a longer route through Kiev, resulting in commutes of 2 to 2.5 hours. Yeah, I would have fucking resigned. Man. Like, I cannot stand like a commute of like more than a half an hour. So 2.5 hours, fuck that, dude. You're spending like literally 5 hours a day just going to and back from work. Yanov Station played a vital role in the construction of Pripyat, supplying building materials and equipment. After the Chernobyl disaster, the station was used to evacuate people from the exclusion zone, while Yanov village was demolished and buried. During the construction of the new safe confinement, The station proved essential again. Despite being closed now, the site still attracts tourists interested in Soviet railway equipment.
Stalker is a term used to describe individuals who venture into the exclusion zone around the Chernobyl disaster site. They do so for various reasons, such as taking photographs and collecting information, or simply for the thrill of exploring a forbidden and abandoned place. Despite the danger posed by radiation, many people still visit the exclusion zone and engage in these activities. Remember that entering the exclusion zone without proper protective gear and authorization is illegal and can be highly dangerous to one's health.
Where did the name Stalker come from?
The name derives from the 1979 science fiction novel and subsequent movie Roadside Picnic by Russian authors Arkady and Boris Strugatsky. In the book, the term stalker refers to individuals who venture into a restricted zone created by aliens to scavenge valuable artifacts. The term Chernobyl stalkers is an analogy describing individuals scavenging for valuables or exploring within the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
How many stalkers are there?
Estimates vary widely, but some sources suggest that a few thousand people visit the exclusion zone each year. The majority are tourists seeking to explore the abandoned city of Pripyat and the surrounding area. However, these numbers are difficult to verify, as many visitors enter the zone illegally and without proper authorization.
The exclusion zone holds a unique and haunting type of relic, which may even be considered artifacts. Dolls. If you've played Chernobylite, you might have noticed the developers' fixation on them. These dolls serve as eerie and unsettling reminders of the children whose lives were disrupted by the Chernobyl disaster. When visiting the exclusion zone, you may come across these dolls in unusual and unexpected locations. This raises questions about who placed them there and whether they move on their own when nobody is watching. The truth behind these dolls remains a mystery for now. In 1998, 31. I don't know how to pronounce this. In 1998, 31 Przewalski horses were introduced to the exclusion zone. The most recent census, conducted by local scientists in 2018, revealed that around 150 horses now live in the Ukrainian section of the exclusion zone. Some of the animals have even migrated north and established themselves in Belarus. Despite the species being associated with open terrain, the horses of Chernobyl frequently inhabit forested regions, including the Red Forest, one of the most radioactive areas on the planet. In May 1986, researchers in Kiev detected an abrupt and persistent increase in radiation levels. Within a week of the Chernobyl disaster, they reported that radioactivity in drinking water and grass exceeded typical ambient radiation by 1,000 folds. Scientists needed to assess contamination of the food chain and its effects on human health. They realized that cows grazing in the fields ingested radioactive cesium and iodine with the grass and could serve as a valuable means of measuring exposure. Hence, cows were used as a type of dosimeter. Hello, Stalker. Before the Chernobyl accident, Soviet scientists believed that people could safely live on land contaminated by up to 5 curies per square kilometer. What is a curie? However, this number did not account for people in the rural areas around Chernobyl consuming local produce. Produce contaminated with even 1 curie of radioactivity could be dangerous. After examining radiation contour maps, the commissioners realized that using a 5 curies threshold would force over 1 million people to leave their homes, which wasn't feasible. As a result, they raised the threshold to 15 curies of cesium 137 per square kilometer, deeming it safe-ish, and the exclusion zone was created. This is like some kind of like behind the scenes of. I mean, it's not like behind the scenes of the game, but about the exclusion zone. So I'm just running around, reading and listening to dialogues. And after that, I have like one achievement to unlock, and I'm done with this game. But I wanted to do that before I install, because I try to do everything in games.
What you see here is the Claw, a large metal structure located in the Red Forest area of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. This equipment was used in cleanup and containment efforts following the Chernobyl disaster. Despite its notoriety, the Claw acts as a reminder of the ongoing risks posed by the disaster and continuing efforts to address its legacy. It was used to remove radioactive graphite emitting 20,000 roentgen per hour from the roof of reactor number 3. It's still dangerous even today. It's one of the few remaining physical reminders of the scale and scope of the cleanup operation, involving thousands of workers and specialized equipment. The Claw has become a symbol of the Chernobyl disaster and a popular destination for photographers and tourists visiting the exclusion zone. It depends on several factors, including the type and level of radiation, the duration of exposure, and the sensitivity of the individual. However, a dose of about 10 sieverts is considered lethal for the majority of the population. It is important to note that lower doses of radiation can have serious health effects, depending on the exposure conditions.
After the Chernobyl disaster, it became clear that the USSR had no vehicles suitable for highly radioactive environments. A variety of robots were utilized for different tasks, including radiation reconnaissance, photography, sampling analysis, and burial of radioactive materials. However, most robots proved unsuitable for the harsh conditions. Some well-known robots used included Clean 1, Clean 2, Bear, and MVT2. Real robots used during the cleanup are on display on a platform on the outskirts of Chernobyl. Okay, I'm done with this map. This one took 20 minutes. Okay, I'll go like this. The Pripyat River, spanning Belarus and Ukraine, is 775 kilometers long with a basin of nearly 115,000 square kilometers. It's the largest tributary of the Dnieper River and known for its strong, turbulent flow on high, sandy banks. Spring floods can cause the water level to rise significantly. Prior to the 1930s, the only way to cross the river was by ferry. During World War II, the bridges were destroyed and only the railroad bridge was rebuilt. Chernobyl NPP personnel lived in a city named after the river. Oh, NPP, nuclear power plant. That's what it means. Okay. Chernobyl NPP personnel lived in a city named after the river, and a port was established at Yanivsky Satan, now contaminated and separated from the river by a dam. The Pripyat River flows into the Kiev Reservoir south of Chernobyl. The island of ships in Chernobyl is a river fleet repair and operational base situated on a peninsula formed by the Pripyat River. The base was used to facilitate passenger transport between Moser, Pripyat, Chernobyl, and Kiev after the Chernobyl disaster. Despite not being heavily contaminated, many of the ships were written off and later scrapped. The Skadovsk, one well-known vessel, was among those decontaminated and scrapped. Today, only one patrol boat, the Stalker, remains at the river port.
Behold Pripyat's river port. This was once an important transportation and communication hub for the city.
What can you tell me about the river itself?
The Pripyat River is a tributary of the Dnieper River in northern Ukraine. It's 724 kilometers long and has a catchment area of 97,000 square kilometers. The river flows through the exclusion zone of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
What was the port used for?
Before the accident, it was used to transport goods and materials to and from the power plant.
Is the river still irradiated?
The river and its tributaries were heavily contaminated in the aftermath of the disaster. Its water was also used to cool the damaged reactors.
Did any of the fish survive? Of course not.
The Pripyat River is home to a variety of fish, including catfish, bream, perch, pike, and roach. But fishing in the river and its tributaries is prohibited. The Pripyat River is home to a variety of fish, including catfish, bream, perch, pike, and roach. But fishing in the river and its tributaries is prohibited.
Well, I guess he survived. The opening of the first nuclear reactor at the Chernobyl power plant was celebrated by builders in 1977 at Café Pripyat. A standard meal at the time, costing approximately 1 ruble, included soup, a main course, salad, a beverage, and a bun. Yeah, no, for 1 ruble, you cannot buy anything.
Café Pripyat never reopened after the disaster at Chernobyl NPP. It remains abandoned and is now a popular tourist destination in Pripyat. This place is really one of a kind. It offers a unique and eerie glimpse into the past.
Can you tell me what it was like before the disaster?
It was a place of leisure and recreation in a youthful, forward-thinking community. Inside the cafe, ornate stained glass windows added a touch of elegance, which was vastly
Wait,
different.
wait. So basically, it was the place. It was Starbucks where you used to find hipsters.
It was a place of leisure and recreation in a youthful, forward-thinking community. Inside the cafe, ornate stained glass windows added a touch of elegance, which was vastly different from the city's uniform architecture.
Was it popular in the 1980s?
It was known as the Dish and was a popular lakeshore hangout for young people in Pripyat. It was a hub of activity in the summer and hosted regular picnics and barbecues. In the winter, families would go ice skating on the frozen lake.
Did the cafe have anything to do with the liquidation effort?
On April 26th, the government commission in Pripyat discussed using helicopters to scatter sand over the damaged reactor. This sand was gathered from near. On April 26th, the government commission in Pripyat discussed using helicopters to scatter sand over the damaged reactor. This sand was gathered from near Café Pripyat. 150 young men with shovels, along with a truck filled with empty sacks, were dispatched for the operation. They worked tirelessly through the night, filling one sack after another until they were allowed to go home and rest.
Unpaid, obviously.
Statues of Lenin symbolize the ideology of communism and the leadership of the Soviet Union under Lenin and later under Joseph Stalin. They were often prominently placed in public spaces like town squares, parks, and on top of buildings. They were a reminder of the state's power and its officially mandated ideology. The statues were a form of political propaganda used to promote the ideals and values of the Communist Party and to maintain public support for the government.
How did Soviet authorities portray the Chernobyl disaster? I mean, they downplayed.
Soviet propaganda regarding the Chernobyl disaster portrayed the event as a minor accident caused by operator error. The official response downplayed the number of casualties and emphasized the Soviet state's quick response to the disaster. The goal was to minimize public panic and maintain trust in the government and the nuclear energy industry. The true scale of the disaster and its long-term impacts were suppressed and only became widely known after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Did the authorities attempt to cover up? Of course.
The initial response from the Soviet government was to downplay the severity of the accident and conceal information about the disaster from the public. In fact, the authorities initially denied that any radioactive material had been released and claimed that only 2 people had died. Only after significant radioactive fallout was detected in nearby countries did the Soviet government admit that a major accident had taken place. The true scale of the disaster was suppressed for many years. Only after the collapse of the Soviet Union did more accurate information become widely known.
Have any conspiracy theories about the disaster persisted?
To this day, there are those who refuse to believe Chernobyl was simply an accident. Some believe it was a Western plot to undermine the Soviet Union, or a failed experiment in military technology, or that extraterrestrial beings were involved. But the causes of the disaster have since been thoroughly investigated and widely documented. The consensus among experts is that the disaster was the result of a combination of design flaws in the reactor and operator error.
Skill issue. The Wormwood Star Memorial Park in Chernobyl has a lane with 188 white crosses, each indicating the beginning and end of a settlement with that name. Constructed in 2010, the park replaced a residential area, causing protests from former residents who can no longer visit their hometown. The park opened on the 25th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster and is named after the Star of Wormwood from the Bible's Book of Revelation. Monuments to other exclusion zone areas and tragedies, including Fukushima, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki, can also be seen here. A rebar statue of the trumpeting third angel stands at the park's center, and the former Cinema Ukraina houses disaster-related expositions across from the park. The Prometheus Cinema on Kurchatov Street was a grand establishment with 1,220 seats and a unique blue and black sign above its main entrance. The building's exterior was clad in beige tiles with a mosaic panel by Ivan Litovchenko on a statue of the Titan Prometheus holding a stylized flame. Inside, the foyer and cinema hall featured white stone finishes, while the opposite end housed offices, a buffet, and arcade games. Today, the cinema is a popular landmark and stop on the exclusion zone excursion route. Oh, okay, it's like a small version. Obviously, they cannot recreate everything. It would be too big.
Did you know that Pripyat was supposed to be an atom grad, the Soviet city of the future powered by atomic energy, built for the elite engineers and artists?
Built for the hipsters. What is an Atomgrad?
Atomograds or atomgrads were small industrial cities designed to serve the needs of commercial nuclear power plants. With populations ranging from 30,000 to 80,000, these cities emerged in the 1960s and 70s, mainly in the western parts of the Soviet Union. Almost all of them were located within agricultural landscapes and close to rivers, which Soviet engineers deemed suitable for building nuclear power plants. These sites were not situated far from industrial regions that required electric power, yet they had low population densities.
How do they differ from other cities?
Unlike secret, restricted nuclear facilities, Atomograd served the dual purpose of energy economy and political propaganda, and were public projects. The residents of Atomograds were well educated and socially privileged compared to the average city dweller in the Soviet Union. These cities played a crucial propaganda role and represented a particular type and stage of socialist industrial city planning and social engineering.
What other atomic cities were there in the Soviet Union?
The most notable were the Chelyabinsk 40, now Ozersk, Sverdlovsk 44, now Zerchny, Krasnoyarsk 26, now Zheleznogorsk, and Tomsk 7, now Seversk.
Was the Atomgrad concept a success? It's missing one S.
Nuclear cities heavily influenced their surroundings and provided opportunities for young people to escape the farm and learn about modern urban and industrial life. However, not everyone benefited equally in this nuclear utopia, as social stratification along linguistic and educational lines was common. This led to conflicts regarding wages, privileges, and access to housing. The Soviet atomic cities were considered a success in that they produced the fissile material necessary for the development and production of nuclear weapons. But the cost in health and safety of the workers and the local population, as well as the environmental impact, was significant. Additionally, the secrecy surrounding these cities created widespread distrust and concern.
I don't know if the reflection on his mask is accurate. Nah, not really. These machines dispense two types of sparkling water. An unflavored option for 1 kopeck and a syrupy option for 3 kopecks. The latter took a moment to prepare by adding lemon or tangerine syrup to soda. Cups were washed on site, which left puddles around the machines. The AT100S models were most common, while the AT101S offered more syrup options. They operated from May to September and during colder months were secured in metal boxes. The other note is probably on the other side of the building. Because I don't think they would put like notes on the floors of the buildings. Okay, I lied. Moscow's attempt to repopulate 11 Ukrainian villages in the exclusion zone was blocked by Kiev leaders. The chief sanitation inspector of Kiev province deemed radiation levels too high for habitation, but was refuted by the minister responsible for the area. Moscow sent 5 teams to measure radiation levels and they deemed the area safe. The chief sanitation doctor's team on the other hand, recorded rates 10 times higher. Moscow accused them of presenting subjective information. Ultimately, the Ukrainian leadership refused to reintroduce villagers to the zone. In 1989, the villages were officially declared too radioactive for habitation. Stupid politics.
This is Pripyat Hospital 126. It used to be one of several medical facilities serving Pripyat and the neighboring areas. It was operational during the time of the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. The hospital was used to treat and evacuate the injured workers and nearby residents, but eventually became contaminated with radioactive materials. Today, the hospital is abandoned and serves as a reminder of the devastating effects of the Chernobyl disaster.
Was anyone treated here after the disaster?
On the night of the Chernobyl disaster, firemen and plant workers were taken to Pripyat Hospital 126 with radiation sickness and burns. They arrived still wearing their contaminated suits and were treated at the hospital. Despite being abandoned for over 30 years, their suits stored in the basement still emit dangerous levels of radiation.
Tell me more about the hospital.
Pripyat Hospital 126 had 410 beds and several clinics in 5 interconnected, 6-story buildings. It was located on Druzhby-Narodov Street, near the cafe and dock, and took up most of Microdistrict 1 in Pripyat. A large sign on the roof read, "The health of the people is the wealth of the country."
Yeah. I don't think the Russian government would be on the same page. Angelina Konstantinovna Guskova, the director of the Clinic for Radiation Medicine at Hospital Number 6 in Moscow, received an emergency call from Chernobyl at 2:30 a.m. on April 26, 1986. Medics at the power plant were seeking help in treating workers and firefighters who were already suffering from acute radiation poisoning. Guskova was most likely the first person in Moscow to learn about the accident, which had occurred just 1 hour earlier. Since the start of the Soviet Union's nuclear program in 1949, the potential effects of radiation on human health were well known. However, the treatment procedures remained classified until 1986. Yeah, good, I wonder why. The government considered this knowledge a Cold War secret that could guarantee survival in the event of a nuclear war. Unfortunately, this attitude had consequences after the Chernobyl disaster. Apart from a handful of specialists, hospitals and their staff were ill prepared to handle radiation sickness and needed to quickly catch up on the necessary knowledge. Yeah, that's why you have a... You have a saying that says, better safe than sorry. AKA, you don't wait until like a situation worsens before taking measures to prevent said situation. Pripyat, a city near the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, was planned to be twice its current size. New housing and an expansion of the power plant to include at least 2 more units were scheduled. The 6th and 7th micro-districts would have extended the city to the river. However, the intended construction site was instead used as the heavily contaminated sandy plateau burial grounds, consisting of 8 simple and 82 trench-style burial mounds. It still exists today, enclosed by a moat and marked with radiation warning signs. No, it's a fucking graveyard. Wait, can you actually read the note? Yeah, I can actually read the fucking note, bro. The zone has several white, windowless concrete houses measuring 4 to 6 meters, containing radiation and environmental monitoring equipment. The exclusion zone has 13 such spots, with 4 in the 10-kilometer zone and 9 in the 30-kilometer zone. They've been in operation since 1988, using the ARMS radiation monitoring system based on a network of 40 special sensors. ARMS provides real-time data to the operational dispatch center in case of radiation incidents and tracks the situation and any changes. These structures are found in unexpected places, such as abandoned villages, and even in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant industrial sites. Okay, I think that's it for this area. Yep. So it's pretty much like 20 to 30 minutes per area. I've got 4 more, so more or less 2 hours. A bit less. How big is this game? 37 gigabytes. After participating in the Chernobyl cleanup, individuals experienced lasting effects upon returning home. These extended beyond medical problems, as former workers were frequently shunned by others who feared radiation. This ostracism led to difficulties in finding or keeping employment, particularly for those who experienced health problems related to their participation. Younger individuals who aspired to start families also encountered challenges in finding partners or encountered reproductive problems. Health is, what was the saying? Health is richness or whatever. Very fucking nice. Rural areas of Ukraine and Belarus, where the majority of the Chernobyl fallout came to rest, were ill-equipped to deal with the aftermath of a nuclear disaster. Most villages within an 80-kilometer radius of the plant lacked basic amenities such as plumbing and central heating, and many were not connected to the electrical grid. Villagers had to fetch water from open wells, and bathing and washing laundry was a difficult and infrequent task. To heat their homes, they burned contaminated peat and wood, which generated dust containing radioactive particles. Medical facilities were few and understaffed, and the industrial age had largely passed this region by until the disaster of 1986.
The Emerald Camp was established prior to the Chernobyl disaster and was used by the families of military personnel working at the nearby Duga 2 radar facility. It served as a summer camp for children, providing them with a chance to spend time in a forested, rural environment and participate in recreational activities. The camp continued to operate after the disaster, but the surrounding area was eventually designated as part of the exclusion zone due to high levels of radiation.
Is the Emerald Camp still standing?
Unfortunately, it was mostly destroyed by forest fires in 2020. What you see is a virtual reconstruction of the original.
Who were the pioneers?
The Young Pioneers were a massive Soviet youth organization for children aged 9–14. It was founded in 1922 and was modeled after the Scouts. The aim of the organization was to educate and politically indoctrinate young people in Marxist-Leninist ideology and to promote Soviet patriotism. The Young Pioneers offered young people opportunities for physical, cultural, and social development, encompassing activities such as camping, sports, and arts and crafts. They also participated in political and social events and various ceremonies and parades. Membership was seen as a rite of passage for young people. The organization was dissolved in 1991 with the collapse of the Soviet Union.
So scouts, but with propaganda on top of it. Why am I not surprised? A typical village in 1986 consisted of a cluster of 2 dozen to several hundred houses, surrounded by vegetable patches, sheds, and small barns with an outer ring of fields. Each household served as a site of food production, with large kitchen gardens growing fruits and vegetables, while sheds housed farm animals like chickens, cows, goats, sheep, and pigs. Farmers hauled hay to store in their barns and herded animals from pastures to stalls in the village. Residents gathered mushrooms, berries, and herbs from the surrounding forests and cut wood for fuel. Ashes and manure, which were exceptionally radioactive concentrates, were often used for fertilizer. The S-75 anti-aircraft missile system was developed by the Soviet Union in 1957 to target flying objects traveling at up to 1,500 kilometers per hour at altitudes from 3 to 20 kilometers. The Volkov, introduced in 1961, was an important component of subsequent missile systems and provided air defense for Chernobyl 2 and the nuclear power plants. The area around Volkov contains remnants of various vehicles, including a Caterpillar tractor, an overturned ZIL tank truck, and a mysterious motorboat. Today, a mobile squadron employs the Buck anti-aircraft system for air defense support near the nuclear power plant. During the summer of 1986, field camps were set up on the outskirts of the Chernobyl exclusion zone to house the liquidators. While these camps have since been removed, the land still retains enough radioactive residue to trigger a dosimeter. One of these camps, Zeleny Mis, was built to house the power plant's operational personnel, but has since been dismantled. The liquidators' living quarters are now located on local pastures and farmlands. After the Chernobyl disaster, Ukrainian officials became increasingly frustrated with Moscow based scientists ignoring the severity of the situation on the ground. The first group of evacuated children showed signs of radiation trauma, and 30,000 children in Kiev province were placed under medical observation due to high exposure. The children and grandchildren of Kiev leaders and scientists were exposed to the city's contaminated air. Citizens sent letters and visited leaders' offices daily, urging action. Despite this, based on bad advice from Moscow, Ukrainian party leaders delayed evacuating Pripyat and distributing iodine pills. In mid May, Ukrainian leaders decided to cut the school year short and sent children to summer camp in Crimea early, angering Moscow leaders who accused them of spreading panic. Which a bunch of retards. Like you've got a power plant that blew up, and you're still dabbling in politics.
Kapachi Kindergarten is one of the last buildings standing in the village. It was abandoned and remains in a state of disrepair, but is still a popular tourist spot. Most other buildings in the area have been demolished and the ruins buried due to high radioactivity.
When was it built? Actually, I didn't listen to what you were saying.
Kapachi Kindergarten is one of the last buildings standing in the village. It was abandoned and remains in a state of disrepair, but is still a popular tourist spot. Most other buildings in the area have been demolished and the ruins buried due to high radioactivity.
When was it built?
You can read on the tin plate on the facade that it was built in honor of the 50th anniversary of the Great October Revolution in 1967.
What were children taught in the Soviet Union of the 1980s? What were children taught in the Soviet Union of the 1980s? Communism.
Typical preschool curriculum of the era emphasized the development of social skills and physical coordination. The basics of language, mathematics, and natural science were also taught. The curriculum was designed to prepare children for primary school and to instill a love of learning and a sense of civic responsibility. Unsurprisingly, it also aimed to promote Marxist ideology and values such as collectivism and equality.
Were children more exposed to radiation than adults? I mean, yes. Their metabolism is more fragile.
Yes, iodine-131 is especially dangerous for kids. Young thyroids absorb this radioisotope very quickly. Overall, children's cells divide more rapidly than adult cells, increasing the risk of cell damage from radiation exposure. Additionally, children's organs, bones, and tissues are still developing, which also makes them more vulnerable to the effects of radiation.
Following the Chernobyl disaster and the evacuation of Pripyat, some looting occurred despite police efforts. With other urgent matters at hand, they were unable to fully address the issue. But when military units arrived to help manage the disaster, patrols were deployed to the streets of Pripyat to prevent further thefts. According to records from the Pripyat police, the first looter was apprehended on the very first day of the evacuation, April 27th, 1986. Thank God I'm not like interrupted by the stalker every 5 minutes, man. That shit, that's the most annoying mechanic in this game.
This is only one of many monuments in the exclusion zone commemorating World War II soldiers. However, it is probably the most visited by tourists today.
What does the inscription say?
The inscription below reads, "Eternal glory to the heroes who fell in the battles for the freedom and independence of our homeland."
Whose names are listed on the monument?
The names of Kapachi residents who died in combat in World War II, as well as those soldiers who died during the liberation of Kapachi in 1943. Did you know that during the cleanup, residential homes were literally buried? The top layer of contaminated soil was removed, surfaces were treated with special decontaminating solutions, and radioactive materials were buried. Cleanup also involved the demolition and disposal of heavily contaminated residential buildings in many villages in the exclusion zone.
How many people were resettled?
Approximately 115,000 people were resettled as a result of the Chernobyl disaster. It was necessary to protect people from harmful radiation, and the residents of several contaminated towns and villages were moved to safer areas. The evacuation and resettlement process was carried out by the Soviet government. It had a profound impact on the lives of those affected, and many struggled to adjust to their new circumstances. Despite the challenges, the resettlement was...
Dude, I'm not listening to what he's saying.
Approximately 115,000 people were resettled as a result of the Chernobyl disaster. It was necessary to protect people from harmful radiation, and the residents of several contaminated towns and villages were moved to safer areas. The evacuation and resettlement process was carried out by the Soviet government. It had a profound impact on the lives of those affected, and many struggled to adjust to their new circumstances. Despite the challenges, the resettlement was seen as a necessary measure to protect public health and limit the spread of radioactive contamination.
Did anyone return afterwards? Of course.
Some individuals eventually returned to their homes inside the 30-kilometer exclusion zone. These individuals are known as self-settlers or Samoseals. They are easily distinguished by their well-kept homes that stand out from the overgrown and dilapidated houses around them. As of 2016, approximately 180 people lived in the exclusion zone, with 80 of them residing in Chernobyl and 100 in nearby villages. Interestingly, most of the families who returned to the exclusion zone did so in the first year after the disaster. Today, they are mostly elderly and unable to relocate elsewhere. The exclusion zone is also home to approximately 3,000 workers who live on site part-time to provide security, rescue services, and administrative support. The self-settlers are not concerned about radiation levels, and they don't mind the increasing number of tourists visiting the ghost town. They have lived in harmony with nature for a long time and do not complain, despite their isolation from the rest of society.
Dude, that must be tough to live there, man. And depressing also. The high number of radiation-related health problems and early deaths was largely due to the high number of radiation-related health problems and early deaths was largely due to the over 600,000 emergency workers of all professions passing through the exclusion zone in the years following the Chernobyl disaster. These are in addition to the 120,000 inhabitants evacuated at the time. This significantly increased the number of people exposed to dangerous radiation.
Welcome to Kapachi, a village located near the city of Pripyat and the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Kapachi was heavily contaminated by radioactive fallout and was evacuated and abandoned shortly after the accident.
How far is Kopachi from the power plant?
Kapachi is located about 5 kilometers southwest of the Chernobyl nuclear power station. It's one of the closest settlements to the plant.
Does anyone still live here?
The area around the village is considered to be a dead zone and not safe for human habitation.
How many souls used to live in Kopachi?
Probably around 500 people. Like many other villages in the area, it was a small, rural community made up mostly of farmers and their families.
What was Kopachi like before?
Before the disaster, Kapachi had a typical layout for a small village, featuring several residences, farmsteads, and small administrative buildings. After the accident, the government demolished many of Kapachi's buildings in hopes of reducing the spread of contamination. Before the disaster, Kapachi had a typical layout for a small village, featuring several residences, farmsteads, and small administrative buildings. After the accident, the government demolished many of Kapachi's buildings in hopes of reducing the spread of contamination.
Oh shit.
Oh no, we'll eat my own shit.
No, don't die on me now. Really? Dude, I fell from like 2 meters. There should be no fall damage, no radiation, nothing in this mode. You're just exploring. I don't understand why you even have radiation. Okay, at least it saved. It saved my progress in terms of who I talked to and stuff. The Chernihiv-Ovruch railway line at Yanov station is home to the infamous Bridge of Death, which provides an ideal vantage point to view both Pripyat and the Chernobyl power plants. Prior to the disaster, the bridge was sometimes referred to by Pripyat residents as Humpback Bridge. Following the tragedy, a rumor began to circulate that individuals who had watched the disaster from the bridge on April 26 had received lethal doses of radiation. Another rumor states that a motorcyclist who attempted to evade a city blockade was killed by an armored vehicle on the bridge. This was the origin of the moniker Bridge of Death. Wait, really? I'm getting stuck. That's not normal. I don't remember this happening in my playthrough. Getting stuck on this doorway. In 1986, the Soviet Union extended the mandatory service of Chernobyl liquidators, who initially enlisted for a 2-month term or until they had received a radiation dose of 25 Roentgen. Cleanup efforts faced frequent obstacles and robots failed, leaving human laborers to handle hazardous work. The process took longer and required more personnel than expected, leading to feelings of betrayal among the soldiers. They were now faced with another 7 months in Chernobyl, uncertain of the impact on their health, virility, and future. Dude, these fucks, they exploited human beings, man. What was on the roof again? Health, richness, something? Health is the richness of the country. When they clearly did not give a shit about their health. Okay, I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. I have like 3 zones left. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, Pripyat Central.
The Ferris wheel is an abandoned amusement park ride located in the heart of the ghost town of Pripyat. It is also an iconic symbol of the city. It's a popular tourist attraction. Along with other rides, it remains in its original location, overgrown with vegetation and slowly turning to rust.
Was it ever operational?
The Ferris wheel was never used, as the disaster occurred just days before the city was set to officially open the amusement park.
When was it supposed to open?
The grand opening was scheduled to take place on May 1st, 1986.
How big is it?
It's 24 meters tall and would complete a full rotation in 5 minutes. It was intended as entertainment for children
5
and to
minutes?
provide a view of the city.
Is it still radioactive? Of course.
The amusement park grounds served as a landing pad for helicopters taking part in the liquidation. The machines were routinely cleaned and the radionuclides washed into the soil. While areas covered in concrete are relatively safe, radiation levels in places where moss is growing reach up to 25,000 microsievert per hour, some of the highest in all of Pripyat.
Get fucked. Stupid bot.
The amusement park was planned to be a recreational spot for residents of the city and surrounding areas. It was intended as a fun place for children and families and featured a number of attractions, including a Ferris wheel, swings, and a carousel. However, due to radioactive contamination following the disaster, the park was never opened to the public and remained abandoned for years. Some of its attractions are still standing, though they are severely deteriorated and contaminated with radioactive materials.
When was the amusement park scheduled to open?
Ironically, the grand opening was supposed to take place on May 1st, just days after the disaster. Some claim the park was partially open for a couple of hours before that day to distract the citizens of Pripyat from the accident at the power plant. Ironically, the grand opening was supposed to take place on May 1st, just days after the disaster. Some claim the park was partially open for a couple of hours before that day to distract the citizens of Pripyat from the accident at the power plant.
Have any tourists tried to turn on any of the attractions?
There were at least 2 illegal attempts by stalkers to revive the Ferris wheel. In response, Ukrainian authorities welded various metal components of the Ferris wheel together, so it could not be powered up again. It was a serious safety concern. Hopefully no one will try something so reckless again.
The Chernobyl meteorological the Chernobyl meteorological station has been in operation since 1909, changing from a post to a station in 1925. By 1977, it had joined a larger network focused on environmental radioactive monitoring. During the 1986 disaster, this station was among the first to report on the extent of environmental radioactive pollution. Since May 1988, the station has continuously monitored parameters such as wind, pressure, temperature, humidity, and radiation levels. The staff of 7 work in teams of 3 on 15-day shifts. Between 1960 and 1980, the popularity of mosaic art surged in Ukraine, with almost every public institution featuring a mosaic of some kind. The country boasts a rich history of such art. The Saint Sophia Cathedral in Kiev has one of the world's most comprehensive collections of original 11th century mosaics created in the Byzantine tradition. In particular, Pripyat, the youngest city in Ukraine, was adorned with small mosaics, all crafted by the master Ivan Litovchenko, who also worked on the mosaics at the Chernobyl power plant.
The Palace of Culture Energetic was the cultural center of Pripyat. It was built in the 1970s and is one of the largest structures in the city. It was a locus of cultural, educational, and sporting events. After the Chernobyl disaster, the building was abandoned along with the rest of the city, but its ruin remains there to this day.
Was it the original of its name? What was it? What is the origin of its name?
Energetic was a play on words referencing both the power plant worker and the positive energy of the Pripyat community.
Was this a common style of building in the USSR?
In 1988, the Soviet Union had over 137,000 palaces of culture. They were large community centers established during the Soviet era.
Anything else I should know about the energetic?
The Palace of Culture Energetic hosted discos every weekend. These events were named Edison II after the electronic music equipment. They were very popular among the residents of Pripyat. After the disaster, the Energetic was used as a technical building for the liquidators.
Wait, I have a syringe? During combat, but out of combat it doesn't trigger? Avanhard Stadium was an important sporting venue in Pripyat. Built in 1986, it was scheduled to open on May 1st that year with a capacity of 5,000. The semi-final match of the Kiev Oblast Cup was to be contested between the Belgian team from Pripyat and the Machino-Stroitel team from Borodyanka. It never took place because of the disaster. During the liquidation effort, a meteorological station, equipment for monitoring radioactive air pollution, and a helicopter landing pad were situated on the stadium field. During the Soviet era, literature was widely available, but good literature was scarce and often costly. Pripyat, City of the Future, was slightly better off in this regard. Its book house was stocked with a diverse selection of publications, including bestsellers, but after the city was abandoned, the books were left to decay, some still in their original packaging, and most succumbed to time. Today, these books remain unread and unappreciated, slowly disintegrating with each passing day. Political officers visited the soldiers' camps during the liquidation effort, giving ideological lessons to boost morale. They framed the cleanup as another struggle for the Soviet Union, ever distant for victory. Martial law was declared to encourage soldiers to see the Chernobyl disaster as a war to be won against the real enemy. Ridiculous, man. He's invisible wall.
Did you know that more than 600,000 people were involved in the liquidation effort in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster? An extensive cleanup operation was carried out to control the release of radioactive materials and contain the spread of radioactive contamination. The effort involved hundreds of thousands of workers, referred to as liquidators, who cleaned up the area around the damaged reactor. They also built a sarcophagus around the reactor to contain the remaining radioactive materials. Did you know that more than 600,000 people were involved in the liquidation effort in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster? An extensive cleanup operation was carried out to control the release of radioactive materials and contain the spread of radioactive contamination. The effort involved hundreds of thousands of workers, referred to as liquidators, who cleaned up the area around the damaged reactor. They also built a sarcophagus around the reactor to contain the remaining radioactive materials.
What were the liquidators' tasks?
Removing debris and radioactive material. This involved cleaning up the area around the damaged reactor. And decontaminating buildings, roads, and other structures. The liquidators were also involved in the construction of a massive concrete sarcophagus designed to contain the remaining radioactive materials. They worked to decontaminate the evacuated areas around the power plant and to make them safe for resettlement. During a later stage, liquidators decommissioned the damaged reactor, including the removal of damaged fuel rods and the sealing of the reactor core. They continued to be involved in monitoring and maintaining the containment of radioactive materials at the site. This included the sarcophagus and the spent fuel storage facilities. The liquidators also assisted in the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the surrounding area and the relocation of affected populations.
But who decontaminated them? What risks did the liquidators face?
The over 600,000 liquidators faced significant health risks due to exposure to high levels of radiation. Many of them have since suffered from a range of health problems, including increased rates of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and other illnesses. In addition, many have also reported mental health problems, such as anxiety and depression.
Did the Soviet government help the liquidators afterwards? Of course not.
The government of the Soviet Union provided some compensation and medical support to the liquidators. However, the exact extent of the health impacts and the number of deaths related to the disaster is still unclear. The Chernobyl disaster's impact on the health of the liquidators continues to be a source of concern and the subject of ongoing study.
Robots played a crucial role in the Chernobyl cleanup because radiation levels made conditions difficult or impossible for humans. 15 different types of modular robots were used for tasks ranging from reconnaissance to decontamination. Popular robots included Clean 1, Astro 1, and Mobot HHV. Some, such as the amphibious bulldozer Komatsu, were not suited for the harsh conditions. Visitors can see real robots used in the cleanup at a special exposition platform near Chernobyl. Prior to the disaster, the residents of Pripyat owned 2,000 cars and 1,300 motorcycles. While some were driven out of the city, the majority were abandoned or buried in designated areas. However, the burial sites were not deep enough, and thanks to theft and the elements, some of the vehicles have been revealed. This area came to be known as the Field of Miracles, because cars appeared to miraculously grow from the soil. Field of Miracles. The familiar Soviet telephone booth began appearing in cities in the 1970s. This was long before the invention of the cellular phone, and not everyone had access to a home landline. These payphones were very popular, with a single call costing 2 kopecks and lasting 3 minutes. Some resourceful users drilled a hole in their coin and, with a length of fishing line, retrieved it after their connection had been made. Haha! Hackers. Ancient hackers. The emergence of graffiti within the exclusion zone is a relatively recent occurrence, with the earliest examples of street art appearing in 2006. Foreign artists traveled to Pripyat to paint murals at designated locations. While these murals held artistic value, they also sparked controversy, and some activists attempted to remove them. However, over time the murals became more widely accepted and are now considered a significant part of the exclusion zone's culture. No, just leave them, man. Why would you want to remove stuff?
The Policia Hotel was built in the 1970s to accommodate party officials and guests visiting the nuclear power plant. After the Chernobyl disaster, Pripyat was evacuated and the hotel abandoned. Today, the Policia Hotel is one of many abandoned structures in the exclusion zone and a popular destination for tourists exploring this ghost town.
Was it used during the Chernobyl disaster?
The hotel was used as headquarters for the liquidators and their operations. Spotters used the roof to coordinate helicopters dumping sand and boric acid and directed machines into the exposed reactor core. Rumor has it that Gorbachev stayed at the hotel once when he came to check on the progress of the liquidation.
Who's Gorbachev? The politics? Tell me more about the Policia.
The hotel is located on Lenin Square and used to be part of a complex that included the hotel, the Palace of Culture Energetic, a department store, and a diner. There were also plans for a cafe on the top floor of the hotel, but it never opened.
Any interesting facts that you can tell me?
The Policia is where Valery Legasov, a scientist renowned for his portrayal in the HBO series, stayed during his first days on site after the Chernobyl disaster.
On April 26, 1986, the militarized fire department in Chernobyl received a report of a fire. Within 10 minutes, firefighters arrived from Pripyat HPV-6, equipped with only basic gear. By 4 a.m., the fire on the machine hull roof was under control, but all 10 HPV-6 firefighters tragically lost their lives due to radiation exposure. Their bravery prevented the fire from spreading to the third power unit, although no one realized the extent of the accident of radiation. Their bravery prevented the fire from spreading to the third power unit, although no one realized the extent of the accident or radiation at the time. They sent them to death, man. Foxes are among the many wild animals that began repopulating the zone when the humans left. In addition to hunting for food, they became adept at begging from tourists. One such fox even has his own Facebook page. His name is Simeon, and you can meet him in various places around the zone. Oh, okay, one of the vendors is named after a fox. I'm gonna look it up. Simeon. This is actually true. Simon. Simon, aka Simeon, is a wild fox. He's no one's pet. Yeah, that's actually true. That's cool. But Simeon is like the. I guess that's the English spelling for the Russian name. Because it's Simon in English. Okay. We are done with this zone. Two more to go. Time to blow my nose again. The white building on Sergeant Lazarev Street in Pripyat features an iconic panel with the phrase "Male of all times and peoples" in the upper left corner. This panel is frequently depicted in media about the exclusion zone. This place was home to the city communications center, delivery department, and city broadcasting editorial board. On April 27th, 1986, the evacuation announcement was made from here. The central hall is filled with envelopes, postcards, telegrams, blank forms, and official documents with stamps. The mural which features a girl, a cosmonaut, a horseman, an ancient Egyptian scribe, medieval city dwellers, a caravan on trains, still impresses visitors with its vivid colors despite the peeling paint. At the northwestern edge of Pripyat are two high-rise buildings. The one closest to the checkpoint was named Fujiyama by exclusion zone walkers in the 1990s. After their shifts, they would often climb the 16-story BPS 6-panel house and watch the sunset, which made the abandoned city look less ominous. Facing west towards Policia Emerald landscapes, this building is one of only 3 of its kind located in Pripyat, Ukrainka, and Kiev. On an 8th floor balcony, ornithologists discovered a kestrel's nest and a list of talents from 1986, written in black lacquer paint on stainless steel, can be found on the ground floor. We will go like this. Too bad that I don't understand Russian. Well, at least I know Spanish. I can understand Spanish. The militia building in Pripyat, which spans 4 floors, is situated in the heart of the city. Prior to 1986, the crime rate was relatively low, with the militia primarily handling cases of bicycle on boat thefts, as well as wrangling drunks. Curiously, following the nuclear accident at the power plant, the militia's workload increased significantly. They were tasked with aiding civilians during the evacuation process, protecting the remaining apartments, and thwarting looters. That same year, the authorities began to fence off all deserted areas of the city with barbed wire and to implement alarm systems and checkpoints. There's inside.
You are now in a typical flat of a nuclear power plant worker. In just these few dozen square meters, a family lived their lives. In the 80s, this flat was considered very comfortable and indicated high social status.
What became of these flats?
Most of the flats in Pripyat are empty. Chairs, sofas, and other furnishings remain in only a few of them.
Because everything else was looted. Did the inhabitants ever recover their belongings? Some of them.
When it became clear that Pripyat would remain a ghost town forever, several trips were organized, during which residents could retrieve their most valuable items from their flats. Later on, whatever was left was thrown through the windows and then buried in designated spots. This was to discourage people from ever returning home again.
The White House was not named for the color of its walls, but after its American namesake. This building stood on the central square and was commonly referred to as the Palace. It was a prestigious residence primarily occupied by the urban elite, including station and party leaders. It featured comfortable apartments and was home to a variety of people, including Bryukhanov, the former director of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, who was later sentenced to prison. On the ground floor of the White House, the Rainbow Shop sold office supplies, car parts, radios, and other items. On the roof of the building, large letters spelled out the slogan, "Glory to Lenin! Glory to the party!" I keep pressing tab because in on other games it's I use tab for the map, but not in this game. Founded and declared a city in 1970, Pripyat quickly grew to almost 50,000 inhabitants. With an average age of just 26, it held the distinction of being Ukraine's youngest city. Could be on the other side. During the evacuation of Pripyat, a massive operation was launched involving 800 police officers and an additional 1,000 reserves. On Sunday, April 27th, approximately 44,600 inhabitants were successfully evacuated from the city in just 3 to 4 hours, utilizing 1,200 buses from Kiev. During the Soviet era, a typical low-cost apartment was known as Khrushchevka, after Nikita Khrushchev, the party leader in the 1960s. These 3 to 5-story buildings were constructed using concrete panels or bricks. In the 1970s and 80s, an updated version called Brezhnevka, named after another Soviet leader, was introduced. These buildings featured elevators, garbage disposals, and larger kitchens. The most recent version, called Novostroika, is more spacious and modern, with 21st century amenities. However, these buildings are no longer constructed by the state, but by private developers.
The third angel blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from heaven, blazing like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of water. The name of the star is Wormwood. A third of the waters became wormwood, and many people died from the water, because it had been made bitter. This is a quote from the Bible, Revelation 8:10-12.
What does it mean? Okay, let me hear this
The
again.
third angel blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from heaven, blazing like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of water. The name of the star is Wormwood. A third of the waters became wormwood, and many people died from the water, because it had been made bitter. This is a quote from the Bible.
I did not
Revelation
understand anything,
8:10-12.
man. What does it mean?
The angel in the book of Revelations predicted that the arrival of a giant star called Wormwood would bring about doomsday. Interestingly, the plant known as wormwood, Latin name, Artemisia absinthium, is related to common mugwort, commonly known as black mugwort. In a free translation, Chernobyl means black wormwood. It's also the name of the town that housed the power plant. An ominous coincidence, isn't it?
Initial symptoms of radiation exposure include nosebleeds, nausea, dizziness, and headaches. Acute radiation exposure can cause anemia as decaying isotopes attack blood cells. Marie Curie suffered from anemia and learned that taking a break and allowing blood cells to regenerate was crucial. One may recover from high radiation exposure, but chronic exposure can lead to illness and death, as seen in Curie's case. Numerous snake species inhabit the region around the disaster site. Among them are the European adder, Vipera burus, the common garter snake, Thamnophis cirtalis, and the grass snake, Natrix natrix. It's not uncommon to come across entire colonies of snakes in the area. Interestingly, Japanese researchers have employed rat snakes with fitted tracking devices and dosimeters to measure radiation levels in the vicinity of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant. That facility suffered 3 nuclear meltdowns in March 2011 as a result of the tsunami. The Japanese, they use snakes, they don't use human beings to measure radiation.
The Azure Swimming Pool is an iconic indoor pool located at 18 Sportivnia Street in Pripyat's 3rd microdistrict. The pool was built in the 1970s and remained open until 12 years after the Chernobyl disaster of 1986. During that time, the pool
12
was
years?
primarily used by the liquidators. In spite of the disaster, the pool was one of the best maintained places in Pripyat. Since its closing in 1998, the pool and the nearby indoor basketball court have been left to deteriorate and are now abandoned.
What can you tell me about its history?
Before the accident at the power plant, Pripyat was a rapidly growing city. The Soviet government placed a strong emphasis on sports and physical fitness. As a result, many sports complexes, clubs, and swimming pools were constructed. One of the most notable was the Azure Indoor Sports Complex. It featured a pool with 5 swimming lanes and 2 diving platforms, as well as a gym and basketball court. It was open in 1970 and regularly hosted swimming competitions.
Why wasn't it closed immediately after the incident?
It was located in a relatively safe area and was used by employees of the Exclusion Zone Administration and liquidators. The pool was closed in 1998 due to the shutdown of the 3rd reactor, which meant hot water was no longer supplied to the city. Today, like every other structure in the exclusion zone, it is abandoned.
Any other interesting facts you can tell me?
The clock above the pool still displays the approximate time of the accident. Electricity and water were cut off to most buildings in the city, but were later restored in facilities where government officials were working, including Lazarny. On one of the walls, the word rain is written in graffiti.
There's a clock. See, when I'm talking about a flashlight, like I was complaining about the flashlight in Fear, that's how a true flashlight works in real life. Not like a fucking circle around the character, like in Fear. One week after the accident, 3 checkpoints were established on roads leading to Kiev, and every arriving car and truck was checked. The Ministry of Health ordered that all food entering the city be screened before being sold, and city officials set up labs in the dairies. To ensure the safety of the food supply, officials ordered vegetables from comparatively uncontaminated areas and used food stocks from before the accident when possible. They also monitored the city's drinking water, shut down open-air markets, and established radiation labs in shops. Street cleaners washed the streets daily to remove radioactive dust, and high school students were conscripted to rake up and remove fallen leaves using dump trucks. And they were not being paid, obviously.
Indoctrination was a crucial element of education in the Soviet system. From a young age, children were taught about the forefathers of communism, the leading role of the party, and the foundations of socialist society. Teachers instilled the values of total submission of the individual and the collectivization of action. Such classes were ubiquitous in every republic of the Soviet Union, as well as Eastern Bloc countries like East Germany and Poland.
What about the arts?
Music lessons played an important role in youth education. Talented children were enrolled in school bands and choirs, which took part in national competitions.
What was happening in this place?
Meetings, concerts, and art presentations, and every other aspect of the school's cultural life took place here. In fact, various groups held their meetings and rehearsals here every day. The grand piano on the stage was used for accompaniment. This is a standard setup for every school in Pripyat.
What about the sciences?
Mathematics was the foundation upon which the Soviet Union's technical development was built. As early as primary school, the brightest pupils, under the vigilant eye of their teachers, advanced their skills in science. The best of them attended secondary schools and later went on to renowned universities to become scientists or engineers. But none of this stopped the Soviet Union from building a malfunctioning nuclear reactor. The faulty design they used was intended for the production of weapons of mass destruction, not for civilian applications, by the way.
Wait, what did he say at the end?
Mathematics was the foundation upon which the Soviet Union's technical development was built. As early as primary school, the brightest pupils, under the vigilant eye of their teachers, advanced their skills in science. The best of them attended secondary schools and later went on to renowned universities to become scientists or engineers. But none of this stopped the Soviet Union from building a malfunctioning nuclear reactor. The faulty design they used was intended for the production of weapons of mass destruction, not for civilian applications, by the way.
The best pupils, they go to secondary school. That means like people who had no education. I think there's an exit here if I remember. No, I guess I do not remember well. Okay, it's here. By 1986, Pripyat was not only the youngest city in Ukraine, but also had the highest number of children, more than 15,000 out of a total population of 50,000. To meet educational requirements, the city had 15 kindergartens and 5 schools, as well as a vocational and children's art school. 15 children, only 5 schools? Actually, when I think about it, there is a city next to where my parents live in France. It's like 15,000, 20,000 inhabitants, and you have maybe 3 to 4 schools. Oh, but also it's like 20,000 overall. It's not just children. Okay, should be the last guy, no?
School number 3 is one of 5 secondary schools in Pripyat, located on Sportivnaya Street next to the indoor swimming pool.
The school had modern amenities such as music and sports facilities. Although abandoned, the building remains in relatively good condition. It sustained less water damage than other schools in the city. The wooden window frames are still in place, but the cast iron radiators are gone. With its central location and variety of spaces, this school is a fascinating place to visit and a reminder of the hundreds of children who once attended it.
Anything interesting inside?
It's notable for its collection of gas masks, which have since been scattered on the floor by looters scavenging silver from the filters. The Soviet-made child-sized masks were meant to protect against nuclear, biological, and chemical NBC attacks and were kept on site during the Cold War.
What can you tell me about the school's design?
It was very modern by Soviet standards of the time. The building was supposedly designed by Kiev Scientific Research Institute of Electrotechnical Physics, like many other schools in the Soviet Union.
How did school staff react to the Chernobyl disaster?
According to the historical records, the classes were not immediately canceled when the news broke. The children received some iodine pills and were allowed to go home a little early. That was it.
Yeah, minimizing the incidents because of their the way they've been formatted by propaganda. Alright, just cooling towers now, and I am done. After this, I'm gonna work on the achievement, and I can uninstall the game. 2 breaks, 2 hours, 55 minutes. Yeah, pretty much 3 hours. It's a shame because this game, like, it's a between mid and a good game. But it's a shame because, like, the graphics are, like, fucking gorgeous. It's not running that bad. But just that the combat is not very interesting. In an effort to stifle panic, Soviet authorities used propaganda to create a range of narratives and justifications to reassure citizens and silence critics. One commonly used tactic was to highlight the experience of the Japanese, who had suffered the effects of 2 atomic bombs, yet nevertheless become a modern developed nation. Those who reported health issues resulting from radiation exposure were often dismissed as having radiophobia, a supposed condition in which physical symptoms were induced by fear. Jesus. They were not even taking care of their citizens, man.
These gigantic structures are the cooling towers for reactors 5 and 6 at the Chernobyl NPP. They were built as part of a planned expansion of the facility. Construction of these reactors began in the early 1980s, but was halted following the explosion and subsequent disaster at Reactor 4 in 1986.
What is the purpose of the cooling towers? To cool?
Cooling towers are commonly used in thermal and nuclear power plants to cool large amounts of water using atmospheric airflow. Water used to reduce heat generated by the nuclear reaction must be cooled to prevent the fuel from overheating and causing a meltdown. Coolant water is pumped through the reactor to a heat exchanger, where the heat is transferred to a separate water circuit flowing to the cooling tower. The hot water is sprayed into the tower and exposed to the air, which cools the water through evaporation. Cooled water is then reused in the heat exchanger, repeating the process, while warm air from the cooling tower is released into the atmosphere.
How big are the cooling towers? I see, be like 100 meters at least.
The towers are 150 meters tall and 126 meters in diameter. They're made of reinforced concrete. Unit 5 and its tower were still under construction in 1986 when the disaster occurred, halting all work. Priorities later shifted to constructing the shelter for the destroyed Unit 4, and the new reactors and towers were abandoned.
What became of the cooling towers?
Nowadays, the Chernobyl towers and their artificial islands surrounded by a channel are a popular tourist attraction. On the 30th anniversary of the disaster, an Australian artist painted a mural inside the 110-meter tower, using a 1986 photograph by photojournalist Igor Kostin.
Crazy OCs. "401 miners from Donbass on Tula were brought in shortly after the Chernobyl disaster to dig a tunnel under the reactor room and install a refrigeration unit. Authorities feared that the melted core could drop through the concrete floor and contaminate the region's soil and water. However, the corium cooled down on its own and the refrigeration unit was ultimately not needed." I'm learning stuff. I mean, I never had like any interest in the Chernobyl disaster. Although power plant operators officially attributed the Chernobyl disaster to human error, further investigations revealed that the RBMK reactor's design was also at fault. The reactor was difficult to control due to a positive void coefficient, which caused it to temporarily speed up when boron control rods were inserted to slow down the chain reaction. Soviet authorities knew about this flaw but opted not to replace the RBMK reactor with a different design because it could easily be repurposed for plutonium production in case more nuclear bombs were required. Yeah, of course they knew.
Soviet authorities attempted to cover up the extent of the Chernobyl disaster. The Soviet government downplayed the severity of the incident and initially reported only 2 deaths and a few more injured. They also tried to keep the details of the incident secret, with only limited information released to the public.
Was the cover-up successful in any way?
No, the international community soon realized the gravity of the situation as radioactive particles were detected in other countries. This led to increased international pressure to release information. Further information was only made public after increased radiation levels were detected in Sweden, which prompted the Swedish government to alert.
Wait, what did you say?
No, the international community soon realized the gravity of the situation as radioactive particles were detected in other countries. This led to increased international pressure to release information. Further information was only made public after increased radiation levels were detected in Sweden, which prompted the Swedish government to alert other European countries. Thus, the Soviet government was forced to acknowledge the incident and its disastrous consequences.
Did anyone come forward to tell the truth about the disaster?
Despite the risks, many people in the region, including plant workers, firefighters, liquidators, and doctors, chose to speak out. They revealed the severity of the disaster and the inadequate response of Soviet authorities. This helped spark greater international attention and support, which ultimately led to a more effective response and better aid.
Dude, I don't see my... Okay, no, I see it. Could not see my marker on the compass. Gonna go like this and... So what we learned is that the Russian government they tried to cover up the incident to by minimizing everything. They were still and these fucks they were still doing propaganda even after the incident, and they left people to they sent people they sent their workers to die, and they did not even help them when they got health issues. These assholes. You may have heard of the term China syndrome, popularized by a 1979 disaster movie of the same name, which depicted a nuclear reactor meltdown in a fictional US power plant. The term describes a hypothetical scenario where the reactor core melts down into the earth, penetrating its containment and tunneling its way to China. Interestingly, the movie premiered just 3 weeks before the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident in Pennsylvania, which greatly contributed to the term's popularity. Despite fears surrounding the term, scientists have determined that the threat of corium reaching China during a meltdown is pure fiction. The material would cool down on its own before reaching more than several meters underground, so there is no cause for concern. Dude, it's fucking like I don't know the exact distance, but it has to be at least 6,000 kilometers to go from one side of the Earth to another side. I mean, through the Earth and the core and stuff. Anatoly Bugorsky, a Soviet scientist of the late 1970s, was inspecting malfunctioning equipment at the U-70 synchrotron, the largest particle accelerator in the country, when he was struck by a beam of protons traveling at nearly the speed of light. Although Anatoly received a dose of radiation 300 times the fatal amount, he surprisingly did not die. However, he suffered from lasting effects such as permanent paralysis and aging on the left side of his face, intense seizures, and a heightened risk of cancer. Despite this, Anatoly's mental capabilities remained intact, and he eventually earned a PhD and returned to work at the facility where his accident occurred. Shit, man. Dude had CL God Mode 1. Do not forget to type SV Cheats 1 before loading in saved game, Kappa. The role of water has always been significant in nuclear reactor design. As part of the cooling infrastructure for the Chernobyl power unit, an artificial cooling pond was created in 1976, covering an area of nearly 23 square kilometers. This was once a popular fishing spot for locals, and a fishery was established there to study the effects of radioactivity on fish. It was abandoned in 2008. Unfortunately, the unique fish and aquatic specimens preserved at the station were destroyed by vandals. I'm not surprised, man. Humans destroy everything they touch. An enormous catfish named Borka once swam the canal between the cooling pond and the Chernobyl reactors. These creatures are famous for their colossal size. Borka was approximately 2 meters long and could swallow a half loaf of white bread in a single gulp. Whenever a piece of bread was thrown into the water, Borka would emerge from the depths, causing onlookers to hold their breath in anticipation as he silently consumed his treat. Unfortunately, Borka was killed by some heartless individual, presumably for amusement, despite being too irradiated for consumption. Nevertheless, Borka's legend lives on. Come on, fucking climb, asshole. Following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Chernobyl power plant was captured and occupied for several weeks. During this time, over 300 workers and engineers involved in the decommissioning of the power plant were held at gunpoint and prevented from rotating out. This posed a significant risk to the maintenance of the site. When Russian forces eventually withdrew, they left the facility devastated and looted, with monitors ripped off walls, computers ransacked, and some rooms covered in excrement. Jesus, even 2 days, but like people's off. Fucking garbage. Like, dude, you have Ukrainian people. I mean, from what I'm guessing, Chernobyl is located in Ukraine. You have Ukrainian people that are like compensating for the Russian government mistakes, and you have Russian soldiers that fucking shit on them, like threaten them. It's unacceptable. In the Chernobyl exclusion zone, some objects may seem inexplicable, such as a motorboat on land and the Chernobyl trolley in an open field. This trolley bus, an MTB-82 model, was common in the USSR from 1946 to 1961 and was used as a self-propelled storage unit during the power plant's construction. The trolley is now a popular tourist destination, with visitors leaving notes on the chairs and table inside. It's a bit bigger on the photo. It's not the same model.
Train cars like this one were used to transport irradiated meat after the disaster. During the liquidation of the Chernobyl site, all livestock and wild animals within the exclusion zone were culled to prevent the spread of radioactive meat. When irradiated meat appeared in Moscow stores, the Soviet health minister raised the alarm and halted sales of meat from the exclusion zone. However, the Moscow party bosses ensured their own supply was safe to eat.
Wait, what?
Train cars like this one were used to transport irradiated meat after the disaster. During the liquidation of the Chernobyl site, all livestock and wild animals within the exclusion zone were culled to prevent the spread of radioactive meat. When irradiated meat appeared in Moscow stores, the Soviet health minister raised the alarm and halted sales of meat from the exclusion zone. However, the Moscow party bosses ensured their own supply was safe to eat.
Of course. Why would anyone want to sell radioactive meat?
In the Soviet Union of 1986, meat was still not accessible or affordable for common folk. Beef was especially scarce. The idea of throwing away thousands of tons of expensive food was something party bosses disliked.
Yeah, so they're going to risk. These fucks, they knew it was radioactive. They knew it would fuck up the health of people eating it. Yet it's always about money, man. Was the meat in any way safe?
A protocol was developed to cleanse the meat of radioactivity to make it edible. Processing plants were instructed to soak the meat in chemically treated
Yeah, but
water,
you
then
chemicals, yeah.
check radioactivity levels. It didn't help that the plants had to expedite the process due to the huge surplus of meat. This resulted in inaccurate assessments of radioactivity and the mixing of safe and highly irradiated meat.
So you trade radiation for chemicals? Any more eyebrow raising revelations?
In 1987, over 300 tons of frozen meat was shipped to the Georgian Socialist Republic, but was rejected after being tested by a dosimetrist. The meat was then loaded on a train and caused fear and panic wherever it traveled. The local authorities in Ovruch asked for the meat to be buried, but their request was rejected. The train was then sent to the Ukrainian village of Polotsk, pasted with warning signs and locked up. The radioactive meat remained there until the generator for the refrigeration failed, and the local electricians refused to repair it.
The issue was brought to the public's attention by reporters who took photos of the radioactive train.
KGB agents eventually buried the meat in South Belarus in a concrete-lined pit. The Chernobyl NPP shelter structure, also known as the sarcophagus, is a large concrete and steel dome that covers the damaged Reactor 4 building. The sarcophagus was built to contain radioactive materials following the 1986 disaster and to protect the environment from further contamination. However, due to deterioration, a new structure called the New Safe Confinement was built and completed in 2016.
Tell me about the old sarcophagus.
The sarcophagus contained 200 tons of radioactive corium, 30 tons of dangerously contaminated dust, and 16 tons of uranium and plutonium. The Russian name for the structure, Obyekt Ukryte, means covering. The design of the original sarcophagus started on May 20, 1986. Construction took 206 days and involved 8 stages, including clearing the area and laying concrete around Reactor 4, erecting protective walls covering the turbine hall, and installing a ventilation system. The construction used over 400,000 cubic meters of concrete and 7,300 tons of metal framework. It resulted in the enclosure of 740,000 cubic meters of heavily contaminated debris and soil.
Tell me about the new safe confinement.
The New Safe Confinement, also known as the New Shelter or ORCA, is a structure erected in 2016 at the Chernobyl NPP. It also covers the temporary shelter sarcophagus that was built shortly after the disaster. The main objective of the New Safe Confinement is to protect the reactor from external elements, facilitate its decommission, and keep water from seeping in. It's a major project that forms part of the Shelter Implementation Plan, which is supported by the Chernobyl Shelter Fund. Its goal is to contain the radioactive remains for a minimum of 100 years, and to dismantle the original sarcophagus that was hastily built by the liquidators. The structure was designed and constructed by the French consortium Novaka, along with Vinsai Construction Grants Projects and Bouygues Travaux Publics. Funding was sourced from the Chernobyl Shelter Fund, overseen by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. 46 countries and organizations contributed to the fund, including the EBRD itself. The cost of the New Safe Confinement exceeded 2 billion euros.
Interesting, because the grass doesn't move at the same speed all the time. Soldiers secretly traded with local villagers in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, allowing them to retrieve belongings in exchange for moonshine. Anything from sewing machines to furs could be taken from the quarantined villages in exchange for alcohol, as money had little value. Alright, just these two, and I'm done with the tour of the zone. it pretty much took me 3 hours. The Chernobyl's bus junkyard is a bizarre sight. It stores decommissioned LAZ 695 Lviv buses used to transport workers involved in decontaminating the exclusion zone and operating the shelter. The majority of these buses were built by the Lviv bus plant since 1955 and modified externally many times, but every different model was used concurrently. Despite its flaws, such as a cramped interior and overheating engine, LAZ was distinguished by its simplicity and easy handling on bad roads. It could also be easily converted into an ambulance by removing the back seats. The modest LAZ played a significant role in saving lives during the Chernobyl disaster. I like how the engine is like stripped off.
The reactor meltdown at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was a catastrophic event that occurred on April 26, 1986. It resulted in the release of significant amounts of radioactive materials into the environment. The meltdown occurred during a safety test when one of the reactors at the plant overheated and the fuel rods in the reactor core ruptured. This ignited a fire that
Fuck, I'm not listening to what he says.
The reactor meltdown at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was a catastrophic event that occurred on April 26, 1986. It resulted in the release of significant amounts of radioactive materials into the environment. The meltdown occurred during a safety test when one of the reactors at the plant overheated and the fuel rods in the reactor core ruptured. This ignited a fire that released large amounts of radioactive materials into the atmosphere. The explosion and subsequent fire destroyed the reactor and the roof of the building. It sent a plume of radioactive smoke and dust into the air that spread over large parts of Europe. Later on, a special containment structure called a sarcophagus was created to stop the spread of radionuclides. All in all, the disaster caused widespread environmental contamination and led to the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the surrounding area.
Was the reactor completely destroyed?
The explosion and subsequent fire destroyed much of the reactor and the roof of the building. However, remnants of the reactor were eventually encased in a massive concrete structure known as the sarcophagus. It was built to contain the remaining radioactive materials and prevent further spread of contamination.
Tell me more about the sarcophagus.
The sarcophagus was built over the course of several months. Over 600,000 workers were involved in the effort. In recent years, a new containment structure known as the New Safe Confinement, or ARCA, has been built over the sarcophagus. This new structure was needed to better contain and protect against the spread of radioactive materials. While the reactor itself was severely damaged and is no longer in operation, much of the radioactive material remains at the site.
Was anyone personally responsible for the reactor meltdown?
The Chernobyl disaster was caused by a combination of factors, including design flaws in the reactor, operator error, and an inadequate safety culture. However, several Soviet officials were charged with negligence, including Chief Engineer Anatoly Dyatlov. Several other individuals were also charged, including Shift Supervisor Boris Rogozhin and the head of the power plant, Viktor Bryukhanov.
What caused the disaster exactly?
On the night of April 25-26, 1986, prior to a scheduled maintenance shutdown, Soviet technicians conducted a turbine test on Unit 4 of the Chernobyl NPP. They mistakenly disabled the emergency cooling system and other important safety protocols to perform the test. A series of errors caused the Chernobyl.
Wait, what?
On the night of April 25-26, 1986, prior to a scheduled maintenance shutdown, Soviet technicians conducted a turbine test on Unit 4 of the Chernobyl NPP. They mistakenly disabled the emergency cooling system and other important safety protocols to perform the test. A series of errors caused a buildup of steam, which led to the reactor overheating. At 1:23 a.m., two powerful explosions ruptured the steel and concrete lid and sent a fireball into the sky, releasing a large amount of radioactive material. The situation was made worse by the subsequent outbreak of several fires, including one inside the reactor core that lasted for 10 days. The Chernobyl disaster released a minimum of 100 times more radiation than the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
How do you mistakenly disable emergency systems? You never disable emergency systems. Alright, so I am done with this. Yeah, it pretty much took 3 hours, like I predicted. So look, the base, I'm standing in this corner. I'm getting 118 FPS. I mean, you cannot see, but... Okay, between 111 FPS and 100 and... let's say between 111 and 116 FPS. Now, if I am to load one of my latest saves and stand in the exact same corner, I'm getting 60 FPS. Same corner. Yeah, I'm getting 67 FPS. Okay, 70 FPS. So I went from 111 to 70 FPS. I suspect it's these that are like killing my frame rate, because like here I'm getting I dropped to 51 FPS. Look, I'm going to remove everything. I'm not gonna save my game, obviously. Same corner. Okay, I've got the same frame rate basically. So now let's remove the... It's just a test. I'm not gonna save. I'm dropping mushrooms. Yeah, pretty much same frame rate. 70. Dude, I'm getting the same frame rate. Is it because of the amount of companions in the base? Okay, I'm reaching 73 FPS. So it's like not even a 5% increase. Okay, so now I have to look up how to unlock the last achievement. Okay, hold on, I'm trying something. Is it Kozlov? The right call. Okay, so basically the last achievement that I'm missing is I need to kidnap Kozlov and release him after the interrogation, because in my playthrough I killed him at the end. However, I don't remember which one it is.
Gorgie told you where to find the plans for the power plant, but the NAR got wind of it and was lying. You went to the NAR base and confronted Gorgie Semenov about his involvement in my case. You didn't. You read the NAR documents about their experiments and found some useful information. You decided to kidnap Kozlov and created a distraction by destroying the Ferris wheel.
Okay, so he's kidnapped, it's fine.
The Black Stalker accused you of being an NAR puppet. You denied it. Sashko asked you to blow up the NAR checkpoint to avenge his brother. You hesitated. In the end, Sashko asked you to detonate. What if they... You passed Sashko's... Mikhail tried to convince you to shoot down an NAR helicopter. Mikhail asked you to save his wounded business. You saved Mikhail from poisonous... Mikhail wanted you to wipe out the NAR. While searching Tarakan's hideout, you considered
I think it's the last one on the
Olivier
left.
asked you to keep your head. You didn't listen.
Should be the last one on the left. Because this one, it's not unlocked.
These events have not happened yet, as the future is not predetermined. Come back later, Igor. You brought Koslov in for group interrogation. Afterwards, you decided that you couldn't risk keeping him alive.
Okay, this one we need to change.
Let's try again with this particular memory, shall we?
So, this is my sad battle. You should be. What about perhaps saddles? Are we use mine? What perhaps you're tell me? I don't. It's doom. How do I enter your play again? Don't I do you know where this do you will I you read the thank what it's to. I wanna do. I'm not a murderer. I've only ever killed when I had no other choice. You can go. Thank you. I knew you were a reasonable man. An honorable man. What now? You have to leave NAR. Disappear. And never return. Otherwise, you and I will have another conversation. And it won't be a light-hearted chat next time. All I care about is my nephew. I swear that you will never see me again.
Okay, so this was changed. So then I finish this, and I wait a few days. Normally it should give me the quests that I'm missing. I have to use the bathroom. I guess here, just wait a few days and there should be someone on the radio.
I know you're there, Professor Kominyuk. Answer the radio. We need to have a little chat. I've got something that may interest you, Igor. Please. Are you... General Kozlov, in the flesh. I need to talk to you. Again. Why should I trust you? I don't need you to trust me. Simply listen and draw your own conclusions. But not here. Red Forest. Next to the train station. Come alone.
Alone? Will I be going blindly to my own death? I need to dig deeper and get to the bottom of this.
What's so important that it can't be discussed on the radio? A matter of life and death. Perhaps yours, perhaps someone else's. You'll have to meet me to find out. I don't like this one bit. I know, Professor, but be there anyway. There won't be another chance.
That was Kozlov, right? What did he want?
Some FaceTime in the Red Forest.
The Red Forest? You can't go. It's too dangerous.
Oh, no shit, it's dangerous. But when did that ever stop you from sending me on a mission? I'll take every precaution.
But all Kozlov has to do is pull a gun and blow your brains out. That's a hard no.
Probe Olivier. He's behaving very strangely and clearly hiding something. But what? Because love was serious, I need to do this alone.
Well, this is out of character for you, Olivier. Is there something you need to tell me?
No. I mean, I've got a strange feeling about this is all. This trip could end very badly for us. Remember to stay on the radio, okay? I'll help you from here any way I can.
Sure. Don't worry so much, Olivier.
Someone has to.
Okay, Red Forests.
General Kozlov, head of NAR security. A man from the past with a past. I know his kind. They say they want a happy, quiet life, but they are addicted to war and suffering. I feel you still don't know exactly who you can trust. I know you like ample time to think things through, but you need to start making hard choices, even if you don't have all the details.
For the record, going to this meeting is dangerous. Going alone is downright stupid. Watch out for any sign of an ambush, okay?
I will. This must be the place.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, I'm gonna do a manual save. Just in case.
Show me your hands.
I didn't come here to play cops and robbers, Professor Kamieniuk. If I wanted to get rid of you, you'd be making your bed in a lime pit right now.
I'm not afraid of him. And his not so veiled threats. Be harsh. Be moderately polite. I see no reason to get aggressive yet.
I can't wait.
There's a helipad with an abandoned helicopter next to the railroad. Go there. Find the button that powers it up and press it.
What's that supposed to do? Blow me to bits?
No, no harm will come to you. Please, indulge me. Then come back and we will talk again.
Forget it, Igor. If Kozlov has something to tell you, why didn't he just say it?
What are you saying?
It's all an elaborate trap. They're going to stuff you into an old tire and set it ablaze. I've seen it many times before.
Not a very attractive prospect, but I have to get to the bottom of this.
Everybody out, you're surrounded! Like hell? How about this? Fuck off!
Oh, I know what he's doing right now. A terrorist. Her name was Olga Ossipienia.
Who? I think you...
Wait, my plate is reading me? What is this? I never noticed the button near the helicopter.
I'm at the helicopter. Kozlov wasn't lying about that, at least.
So you think you can trust him now? You can still back out, you know. Come back and we'll hunt this bastard down together.
me, Igor. There's an underground bunker beneath the helipad. Don't go in there. Please. Let's regroup and we can figure out what to do next. I'll let you know what I find. Interesting. I'm losing you. Igor? Olivier, can you hear me? The concrete must be blocking the signal. Surveillance equipment. Can't be Soviet. It looks cutting edge.
Read messages. Who is this? Okay, it's Ghost Love. I don't know. Who is this? Are you retarded? It's your fucking landlord, Scroat. By the way, how are you enjoying your stay, Mr. Kiminuk? Mikhail, I'm in the middle of something. Glad you like the place. I hope you leave it in the same pristine condition you found it. You got a real bargain, you know? But no, we need to talk business. Anton and Olivier around? Anton is... he was killed. Oh my, what a pity. He was such a nice guy. Perhaps too fucking nice. Yep. I'd bet my last cigarette that's what got him killed. I don't think so. What do you want, Mikhail? I need you to return the favor and help me wipe the NR database. And before you start bitching about it, I know you're not that kind of scientist. I'll walk you through the whole thing. Who is this? A better question is, who are you? What? I kid, Bousy, I kid. I know where you are and I know who you are looking for, yes? Let this be enough for now. Listen, I have something to show you, something very important. But we must meet in person. This is not something to be explained. It must be seen. I don't know who you are, but I'm not blindly walking into some trap. Blind? Goodness, no. On the contrary, I wish for you to see. Meet me at the Duga Radar Command Center. You know it, yes? The Duga Radar? Who the hell is this?
Someone's keeping tabs on me in our little warehouse operation. But they've got everything here. My exact words, my plans. But how? Is the place bugged?
Found quantum traces of the portal generator. He must be close.
Olivier, come in. Where did you go? Thought I lost you for a second there, buddy. I found a bunch of surveillance hardware in the bunker. It must be an old Soviet facility. I wouldn't worry about it. That's not all. I also found intel about me and our mission. Someone is listening to everything we say in the warehouse.
I detected the echo of a recent wormhole.
Maybe it's just old intel the KGB gathered on you. No way. The equipment looks brand new and... goddammit, Olivier, someone's been tracking our every step.
I know you're here.
We need to talk. I'll come back soon.
You're beginning to try my patience, Professor.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill him because...
Found quantum traces of the portal generator.
Gonna piss me off.
Don't make it harder than it needs to be. I know you're here. Come out. I detected the echo of the recent wormhole.
well for you. You're beginning to try full of surprises, but it's not over yet. Don't make it harder than it needs to be.
You got fucked, my friends.
You've seen it. I can see it in your eyes. What do you think?
That's what I should be asking you. Are you spying on us?
My dear Professor, you have a brilliant mind for science. But reading people is not your strong suit. No, I'm not spying on you. That is the hidey hole of a rogue operative. To be honest, I only recently discovered it. I'm not sure who he's working for, but I do know who he is.
Yes, General?
A military man with connections to a foreign agency. Canadian, perhaps?
Ask about his reasons.
Why did you show me this? Not out of sympathy for my cause, I assume.
You assume correct. I have my own reasons. Helping you in this case serves my own interests. I don't know exactly why you're here, Kaminyuk. I'm not entirely sure you know either. You think you know. You have a hunch. Let's say a feeling that you're chasing. You may find it hard to believe, but we're not so different, you and I. We both lost someone. Someone important to us. Someone close. Now we're trying to get that person back. We're all just pieces on a giant chessboard, at the mercy of powerful forces. But much remains unclear, and even a lowly pawn may turn out to be a queen.
Ask Kozlov about Olivier. Could be that I trusted the wrong person. Who does Olivier work for?
Enough riddles. You think he's a Canadian?
Your best buddy Olivier has been with you the entire time. He's the only person with access to you 24/7. Think about it. Set your emotions aside and you'll see it's the only logical answer. He's working for someone. NAR, maybe. If that's the case, he reports to someone higher in the chain of command even than me. But the whole operation is off the books. So there's definitely something unusual here. Otherwise, I would be the one to handle it.
Draw conclusion. Do I believe Kozlov or not? Regardless, say you believe him. Regardless if Olivier betrayed me or not, I still need to find out what Kozlov wants with me. Challenge him? That's a lie. Kozlov is trying to get into my head. I need to remember who my real friends are.
Let's say I believe you. I'm curious where you're going with this.
Treat this information about Olivier as an olive branch of sorts. Do you think I enjoy playing the evil Colonel Kurtz in this jungle? No, I do not. I came here believing this would be the last assignment of my career. That working in the private sector would allow me to retire someplace nice with my nephew. Gleb. I'm his only remaining kin. My brother, his father, died in Chechnya. Instead, I've become entangled in a questionable business run by greedy corporate rats and their shady scientist stooges with a god complex. When they sensed I was unhappy, that I might leave, they took Gleb, hid him from me as part of a mysterious safety protocol. In reality, he's a hostage.
Am I supposed to feel sorry for you?
No, not for me. I've done things I'm not proud of. But Gleb, he could grow up to be a decent man. Help me find him, and I will help you find what you're looking for. Who you're looking for.
This can't be a coincidence. There was a little kid, about 10 years old.
What? You'd better tell me what you know, or this conversation won't continue in such a polite manner.
We're not going to use children as collateral. Tell Kozlov his nephew is locked up in the prison. It doesn't mean I won't kill the general if I get the chance.
Not telling him would be a really shitty move. Guess I'm not so far gone. Tell Kozlov the truth. Lie to him, I'll tell him nothing. He's an enemy and I cannot afford the luxury of going soft on him.
I don't know anything. Sorry.
That's too bad. I was hoping with all the time you spent skulking about. In any case, if you learn something, let me know. And don't even think about withholding information from me. Such a decision could have severe consequences.
I don't give a rat's ass about Kozlov, but the kid shouldn't be left to rot in a cell. I don't like this one bit.
I can't help you, Kozlov. I wish I could.
This is where we part ways. I hope we don't run into each other again in less favorable circumstances.
It would be better if you just left the zone, Kozlov. For both our sakes.
I wish I could, but it's not that easy. Like I told you before, we're all pieces on the chessboard. I plan to play my part to the best of my abilities. And I know you will too. Best of luck, Professor Kamieniuk.
Easy achievements. I don't care, I'm not gonna save. $100%.
I'll get straight to the point, Olivier. Kozlov showed me your hidden spy bunker. Why would you do that? Why did you betray me?
Whoa. Please don't tell me you believed a word of what he said. That man's a liar through and through. Every general is. And this one's old school GRU.
Well, well, who'd have thought? Our soldier boy is a fucking rat. Just shoot him already. I'm tired of his squeaking.
What's this? A rat? I'll bet a buck he's a dead rat now.
I'm not buying Kozlov's story about Olivier. It's all circumstantial at best. Olivier is clearly a traitor. I want to hear his reasons why before I decide what to do.
You backstabbing rat. You have 10 seconds to explain yourself.
What in God's name are you talking about?
I've been to your little spy den. You've been working against me this whole time. Admit it.
I know it seems that way sometimes, but the world doesn't actually revolve around you, Igor.
Can the pretentious bullshit and just say it.
I've got my own mission here, and it doesn't concern you. Not directly. But my goals don't conflict with you finding Tatiana. I've been keeping an eye on you since the beginning. But it's because I'm on your side, Igor.
No, I can't believe it, Olivier.
Believe what you want. I never did anything to harm you or the mission.
Let him stay reluctantly. He's been nothing but helpful until this thing with Kozlov happened. I can still put his skills to good use. Throw him out. I cannot trust this Canadian bastard anymore, and I need to be more careful about the company I keep. Get the fuck out. I'm not gonna save anyway.
I can't trust you anymore, Olivier. Leave. Now.
You're making a mistake, Igor. You need me. You know it's true.
No, I don't. Your biggest mistake was assuming I did.
See ya, chump. All right, quit game, uninstall. Remove from in progress. Fuck, I'm breathing again. All right, so now the question is, what game do we play? Oh, there is the missions for Fear Perseus mandates that I need to do. Okay, so Chernobylite. Okay, I already put 100%. $50 perfect games. Gonna take a break for a few minutes. But yeah, 55 hours to 100% of the game. Dude, I despise games that take so long, man. So that I lose interest after a while, and it's like it's hard for me to keep me motivated to catch my attention for like dozens of hours in a single player game. And I have the impression that the more I play games, the less interested I am in playing games. um, mm, mm, mm. Yeah, number of mineral remove from replay because I replayed it already. But yeah, I think I'm going to end up with the missions on Fear. There's no one playing. Doctor Wu and Wu. Okay, I'm taking a break for a few minutes. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. Fear, precious mandate. Bonus missions. No, I think YouTube you cannot change the Dude, am I offline on Twitch or what? Okay, it says offline. No, I'm not offline. Test. Okay, I think YouTube, I need to restart it. Hold on.